Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we are back with another recording of Hearthstone. Today is Friday, March 2nd. We are into the Friday. We didn't quite get everything done on Wednesday. It would have been nice. It's not inherently the right way to play because you don't want to do these 40 gold daily goals when you could potentially trade them out. However, I'm now on my Asian account and I have no trades, so Paladin, it seems like what we need to play. That's not too bad. I'm pretty sure we have a Paladin deck on our Asian account. Let's see, Paladin. Yes, we have a Murloc deck, we have a Shield deck, so between the two of those we're pretty well suited. The Tavern Brawl is still this Brawlseum where you would have to pay 150 gold or $2 to do that, and it's a wild arena run. I don't know why I would want to do that. If anything, why not play just the arena run? Like, yeah, I don't even know what the difference is. Honestly, what is the difference between an arena run this week and this? Let's see. The winner goes to spoils, which means more wins, more rewards. 12 wins for a maximum glory, 3 loses. And, like, it's literally the exact same thing. Forge a deck from random cards and see how long. I guess the only difference between an arena run is you might be able to break the rules a little bit on an arena run and have 3 or 4 or more cards of the same type in an arena run, where this Tavern Brawl makes you follow the usual rules: 1 legendary and 2 of any other type. I wouldn't be surprised if they eventually introduced a super legendary series of cards that then allowed you to try 2 legendaries in your deck and then 1 super legendary and 3 of the regular cards. You certainly wouldn't want to introduce that, as most players don't have a complete collection, but give it 4 years, and where most players who are playing Hearthstone probably would have a complete collection, I could see introducing that as a thing. The ranked was officially announced as being broken, so we didn't get to play any ranked last stream, and I do need to play ranked, so let's just hope it's working now. It should be fixed. Don't really have any real news here, but I suppose I could say Giant Bomb has just released a video covering the Birth Under Sleep latest EXE latest, whatever, the really weird fighting game, and they did a quick look event, and it seems like it's very new to fighting games friendly. It has like all these tutorials starting at the bare basic things, like this is what your life baller is, this is what blocking means, this is what jumping means, this is what pressing forward, and it moves you forward from somebody who has potentially never even played a video game at all to the point where there are tutorials that are teaching every single character's general strategies. And I find that rather refreshing. As somebody who is aware and may have spent an hour or 2 playing a fighting game in his decades of playing video games, I've never really been interested into fighting games. I find I would assume that a lot of people who play fighting games either had to hang out in arcades to get that 2-player action when they were kids, or have a sibling who was actively playing and fighting against them in fighting games, and that was just not the case for me. So so that I can definitely see why I haven't ever gotten into fighting games up to this point. But I'm very willing and eager to learn. So that's kind of a hype building revelation to see a game in 2018 willing to teach you how to play fighting games. We've also seen that with Dragon Ball FighterZ. It seems like you can pretty well just mash the buttons, and I am definitely a button masher, at least right now. I don't think of the combo system. Fighting games are a little bit different in the fact that they give you you kind of preload the actions, even if there's very little delay. You press down and B and then up and A, and then a few maybe the next frame or the frame after that you will do an attack. Whereas most video games, if you're just button mashing, you assume you press A, you're jumping on the same frame, even if that's not the case. There's no system built around the idea of it working differently. And what that practically does is it makes your experience and whether you're thinking about the buttons you're pressing a lot different. There's actual strategy in playing a fighting game, where most action first-person shooters you can play off instinct. You can keep it all in the subconscious. Let's see. I'm not going to ever have a beast or a dragon. So, what do we want to do here? Probably this. Looks like we're gonna win. We might get a win streak here since we're down at rank 23 and rank play now is not that important. This is the beginning of a new system for rank and ladder play, which I very possibly will cause us to it very possibly will cause us to move up higher in the rank if we play rank, or perhaps move us lower in the rank. Well, we can't move lower in the rank, can we? We're already at the bottom. So, decent amount of news today. Nancy Drew, the creator of the Nancy Drew games, her Interactive is celebrating some kind of anniversary or something, and they have their first game, Lights Camera Curses, Nancy Drew Lights Camera Curses, on sale for half off. I recently covered that game. It is not worth even half off. It's a very bad point and click-esque experience with a poorly written story. So, like, I can't recommend playing the first couple of games. They changed things after what they called the Dossier series, after the first 3 games, I believe, and those I hear are a little bit better, but there's no reason even for a retrospective. So 5 more wins to earn your season chest. It will unlock next month, and so we're just gonna get, wow, how did I lose there? We're gonna get reminders now that you only need 5 ranked wins, even when you lose, which that is crazy. Interesting. I'm seeing a cosplay image on my Twitter feed of someone who some anime character who's been in a fight, so they cosplayed with all these scratches and blood on them. Not to the point of doing a cosplay that's a horror movie, but that is something you usually don't see. And I guess there's probably a good reason for that too. I would imagine that if you tried to do cosplay in a convention or show, like a video game show or comic book show or anime convention, I guess would be the best one. They may have rules against showing levels of blood. They may have rules. They may not. In an attempt not to get into a rant, Reset Era's first tweet that I've ever seen since I started following them, probably 2 weeks ago. They have their monthly newsletter, which I'll read in my own time. That they say they had 5 million posts and more than 36,000 active members since launch only 4 months ago. The new QAs. So I guess I just have to leave it to each person's own interpretation whether you consider that a large amount of posts. Like 5 million posts really to me doesn't mean much of anything for any site, because it could be 5 million posts and 4 million of them are spam. The 36,000 active members, on the other hand, is the number that certainly is good. If you had 36,000 subscribers on your YouTube channel, you would be doing pretty good. Even if it is very debatable as far as what active members actually means, because I'm sure at least 6,000 of those 36,000 are people who came over from hating NeoGAF, signed up, and then got bored after 2 weeks and then left. But again, I don't want to get into a rant about that. I may have made a mistake by following @microtrailers on Twitter, which is Steam trailers in 6 seconds. It's a spin-off of What's on Steam, that the site I was using to see every game that comes out on Steam. I think maybe the micro trailers only make 6-second trailers on Steam launchers that have videos. And if I am going to spend the effort to look at every single game that comes out on Steam, I should also look at every single game that comes on Steam that also is too lazy to make video. But I'm wearing down my Twitter feed to make room for those, certainly. There's a game that came out today called Squidlet that looks like an old Game Boy game. It's green. It's green scale, like a Game Boy game. It's looks kind of like a platforming game. It has only one review, and right now it's sitting at 59%. So it doesn't strike me as the most successful launch ever. I don't think I'd want to play this game. Like, at no point do I ever have like any nostalgia for old Game Boy games. When I was working on my RetroPie project, I adapted the settings so it took old Game Boy games and ran them through the palette adjustment that the Game Boy Color adapter would have done, or the Game Boy adapter for the Super NES, to to make those 4 colors of grayscale at least look a little bit better. I don't think anybody is going to like black and white in the same way that I don't think anybody is going to enjoy playing a Virtual Boy game in red and black, which is also why I changed it in NES settings for the Virtual Boy games to be just black and white and look somewhat better. Moving on, Gametsu has an article. I gotta phrase this better. Gametsu says Ubisoft has acquired the Brawlhalla developer Blue Mammoth Games. I'm not sure if they developed anything besides Brawlhalla. Brawlhalla was the game, I believe, that they were going to try to make Smash Brothers on PC. I think that's what Brawlhalla is. I guess maybe we could find it. According to the developer, the acquisition will allow the studio to grow as well as provide more stability and resources to improve Brawlhalla and add other features. It's a little weird that Ubisoft bought this, but it seems like Ubisoft is on a buying spree after they did their quarterly reporting. Let's see, Brawlhalla is on Steam, yes, but it also has its own website that has better SEO. Wow, that's usually hard. Yeah, it's kind of hard to pick which Smash Brothers replacement to play. Brawlhalla is free to play, interesting. Or a $20 All Legends pack. The characters in Brawlhalla don't look especially cool or interesting, and I think when you don't have any nostalgia for characters, a Smash Bros. Game only then appeals to people who are really fans of playing Smash Brothers, the games, which that gets a little, that is a smaller number of people. Well, I'm playing cards at least, but I'm gonna lose. 80% of the last 1,991 users rated this game positive in 30 days. So it is a very positive rated game. There is the It'll Do developer also making a Smash Brothers style game, but now that Ubisoft owns them, they can put money into it. Excuse me. One of the things that I guess I would want to ask about that is, how does Ubisoft change this free-to-play game? Do they put in a bunch of microtransactions? Do they try to annualize a fighter game? You kind of should annualize something like Brawlhalla. Add 6 more characters, kind of like how Overwatch added. Apparently it's Brigitte, not Bridget. I kept saying Bridget, and then I heard somebody else pronounce it, and I'm like, oops, whatever. But yeah, we may see every year Ubisoft talk about Brawlhalla at E3 and say, we've got a new patch for Brawlhalla with new characters and new balance changes and new levels. At a certain point, you cram the game with too many things and too much variety. But you can't do a Brawlhalla 2 until you've I imagine Ubisoft wants it to be something played at Evo instead of Smash Brothers, because Nintendo has never been very supportive of fighting games community. So you want Brawlhalla to succeed at Evo, and then once it's lost its luster at Evo, then you'd come out with Brawlhalla too. I suppose the one thing Ubisoft could do that would be out of the, just crazy, is they could take or replace half of the characters with Ubisoft characters. So Bayek from Assassin's Creed Origins, Ezio Auditore, Altair, just from the Assassin's Creed series, you could get 6 or 7 Assassins type people in there. You probably wouldn't want to do that. You could get the guy from Watch Dogs. You could... Oh, it's hard to remember what other games Ubisoft has made, but I'm fairly certain that there's a significant number of series that they could do. You could get the Prince from Prince of Persia. Yeah, looking at Brawlhalla, the only other game they've ever made is Dungeon Blitz, which they kind of... Dungeon Blitz doesn't really look like it's terrible, but it doesn't look that special either. They've kind of got a good deal there. I would say Ubisoft hired a company that's doing a really good job right now and hasn't gotten too big to be too expensive. There's a longer response here as far as them being acquired. As long as Ubisoft acquires things that aren't dead laden, their stock valuation goes up. In the simplest terms, if you acquire a company that just doesn't have any debt, but they've purchased furniture, so the chairs people are sitting in, regardless of what that company does, the furniture is part of the valuation of your company. So if you got a good deal on that furniture, you're doing good. It's a lot harder to put a value on the employees and the products the employees make, but those usually are the things people focus on. But the only wrong thing that they could do here is if Ubisoft bought a company that had a bunch of debt, and that decreased Ubisoft's debt to cash ratio. I guess that's kind of the only way. Like, you could also reduce by spending stock or cash to buy it, and these very well may be stock purchases where they're buying the company by issuing stocks in Ubisoft itself, which would devalue Viacom's stock and dilute it so that Viacom can't take over, which is what they're afraid of. But I guess if Ubisoft purchased with their cash on hand a company, they may not have enough cash on hand to buy enough stock if Viacom started buying stock really fast, because it very possibly could get into a race where Viacom says, I want enough stock to own 51% of this company and effectively control it, and Ubisoft gets word of that and say, well, we need to buy more stock, so they can't have 51% of the company. And their bankers and their accounts might go, well, you can't buy any more stock, you're out of cash. That's something you could run into if you're not careful, but they're generally the accountants are smart enough to not fall for that. Moving on, PC Gamer says there's an Inside Eden's Gate movie, live action short film that's coming to Amazon Prime that is set in Far Cry 5. That seems pretty crazy, honestly. It seems like they were already kind of gonna have to dance on eggshells by having Far Cry 5 be set in the middle of the United States with this cult that have taken over a town, and so now you've in the middle of a lot of people blaming video games for violence in society. Far Cry 5 has decided to turn the cartoony violence of Far Cry into realistic violence of Far Cry 5. But it is coming to Amazon Prime March 5th. Maybe they were gonna do something more with it, and they're just kind of trying to bury it. But if you're gonna bury it, put it in on your own site. Don't even do Amazon Prime. Tragic Master came on the chat, said good game. Hi Tragic, thanks. I spent last night watching Bayonetta Bloody Fate, which is a anime version of the story of the first game of Bayonetta, and boy does that not work. For the most part it's fine up until about the 45-minute mark of an hour and 30 minutes of content, but once you hit about 45-50 minutes, you realize they are just showing off nearly every weapon in the game, nearly every attack in the game, nearly every enemy in the game. It's just fight after fight after fight. And Bayonetta as a game isn't full of story, and that they really are telling all the story that's in the game in the hour and 35 minutes. But you're just cramming in action scene, action scene, action scene. It fails the curve that you would want in any storytelling, where there's rising action, then a plateau, perhaps, then falling action, then a plateau, or a valley. After about 45 minutes, you've seen that this is all going to be action all ways, so why have any time to invest in it? Yeah, it's kind of silly. They kind of oddly, in an anime way, over sexualized Bayonetta, who is by default a highly sexualized and empowered by her own sexuality character. And they still went, I think, a little too far. There's several scenes where she like lustily licks her lips, which I don't think did in the game, or if she did it once or twice. She did it like 4 times in the movie. But yeah, the movie fails so bad by being full of action scene after action scene. And it also fails in depicting the joy of actually playing Bayonetta, because they're actually, yeah, they don't even show the witch time elements at all in the movie. And because your hand's not on the controller, what you do in the game Bayonetta, controlling and moving very fast and pulling off attack combos, feels a lot better than what just being shown those same actions and not being in control of it. I suppose it was also worth mentioning that this Bayonetta Bloody Fate was suggested to me on my homepage by YouTube, and it was just a video game YouTuber that put up the entire movie. Now I imagine Funimation, who owns it, probably just claimed the copyright on it and is taking all the money from it. But this YouTuber's channel had 2.6 million views, and 2.59 of those million views was that movie that he just stole and put up there. And it's kind of ridiculous because he's probably getting a pretty high watch time and a pretty decent number of subscribers by just stealing content. I mean, there's literally no fair use in what he did. There was no commentary, there was no changing, there was no editing. It's the entire movie, beginning to end. And sadly, that seems to be one way to succeed in YouTube, is just steal somebody else's movie, get it suggested. YouTube's suggesting it to me. Nobody's reporting it or catching it. Directly under watching the movie for free on YouTube, there's a link that says it's available for $3.99 from Funimation. I'm like, so even Funimation either didn't catch this or didn't even care to put it in the Content ID system. For all the abuses of the Content ID system and the DMCA that happened on YouTube, how come there are these like wide gaps sometimes when people can put entire movies on there? And when I first clicked, I assumed it was just going to be another one of those clickbait videos that you see all over the place that says this movie's been moved to this website, click on this link, go to this virus-laden website. I assume to watch this movie, but no, the whole movie was there. Wow. Of course, that was probably also a waste of my time, but at least it was slightly video game related. And they never really made a movie for the second or third game. It's pretty redundant, in all honesty. I don't think you need to make an anime of a game that is basically an interactive anime in the first place. If anything, you would want to make a comic book or an anime telling a different tale in her life. Bayonetta had this whole life, you assume, from her first experience 500 years ago, so you could have set a story in the past and had her do everything, and then she just would lose her memory, as happens in the game. So yeah, you could squeeze in extra story around the edges, or you could set something between the events of Bayonetta 1 and Bayonetta 2, assuming that doesn't happen back to back. Moving on to video game news, though. There was a rumor spawned by a tweet that Blizzard might bring Diablo to the Nintendo Switch. It is not a terrible thought, but they kind of just screwed up. The tweet here is there's a Diablo style nightlight with a switch on it, and it just says sweet dreams, and it's zooming in and zooming out when the switch goes off, so that the Diablo character is kind of jumping in your face to scare you. It's not even really done well. Maybe with audio it would, if I was listening to that, it would be a little bit more infectious, but it's a 6-second looping video, and I guess the idea was that because there's a Switch on it, people think that it might be coming to the Switch. But they came out directly and said they have no plans to release Diablo on the Switch. If Diablo ran, like Diablo 1 should be portable to the Switch. Diablo 2, portable to the Switch. Like, those games are old enough that they should run on modern hardware. But they're also on... their own kind of engine for what I understand, so it's not a Unreal Engine 3 game, which that's about the only thing that I've heard that runs pretty decently on the Switch. Maybe Unity games run on the Switch pretty well too. Unreal Engine 4, on the other hand, doesn't seem like it runs on the Switch, which is odd. And we haven't seen anything like the Crytek engine. There's a lot of work to get Doom to run on the Switch. They put out a latest patch to improve some of the quality on Doom for the Switch. Excuse me again. Maybe I'm getting a cough. Diablo works though. It really, really would work on the Switch because it's a mouse button game. So if all you're doing is hitting A for left click and B for right click, that's sort of all you needed. There, I think, was like a 1 through 10 function bar that you could put on you could put that easily on the screen, so you tap the screen and it would it would cast spells, scrolls, heal, and all of that. The left joystick could control the character and the mouse, and yeah, there's really no need for as many buttons as there is on a modern controller. I don't know what waggle controls would really go into a Diablo game. Probably not much. And that might be part of the problem. Maybe Nintendo requires you do something with their waggle controlling function. Maybe not. I don't think they really do. Seeing this response, Activision Blizzard would be stupid not to start development or at least put some tests into it. However, if we want to be honest, Activision Blizzard has already been really dumb, because why is Hearthstone not on the Switch? Yeah, think about that for a second. Like, Hearthstone should be out right now on the Switch. It should have the microtransactions built in, and hey, we made it up to rank 22. Yeah, it should have the microtransactions. There's no reason that you couldn't be playing Hearthstone on Switch. It's portable. It's a better screen than you probably would have playing Hearthstone on your cell phone. I believe Hearthstone is made in Unity. And people kind of forget that because it actually looks good. Why is that not ported over? Why is the Fallout mini game that came out for free, Fallout Shelter, why is that not on Switch? Bethesda really has some work to do, come to think of it. Moving on, PC Gamer says, watch this gross trailer for Karen, a reverse horror side-scroller from the makers of Butcher. I already watched this pre-alpha footage. Basically, you play as... Well, Karen is a lesser-known phrase for, like, flesh, dead flesh. It's what buzzards eat, but buzzards are Karen types of animals. And so you're playing as this mob of red, fleshy spaghetti that can grab things and rip them apart, grab people and rip them apart. And hang from the ceiling. It's a slight twist on what is otherwise just a flat 2D side-scrolling game. In watching the trailer before, it seems like the character you're playing as, the monster, is a little too powerful. Like there's this alien looking floating turret gun that seems like it gave the character a little bit of trouble. Seems like light might play a factor in the game because you can break lights. Seems like maybe breaking computers might play a factor too. One would have thought that there would have been a way to increase the mass of the creature, or perhaps you decrease the mass of the creature because you stick to surfaces. It doesn't really feel like that is the case from what I'm seeing in this pre-alpha footage. Here's a section where you split yourself in half and control yourself, hit two switches at the same time. This trailer took too long to get anywhere. I guess, to be honest, I didn't watch all of the trailer. I only watched the first minute of it, and this is all pre-alpha footage, so it doesn't even matter what this game is now. It won't be that game later. Seems like you get abilities, and you do get abilities by freeing more parts of your own body that are trapped in containers. Like, the idea is not bad. It's like playing as the Thing, almost. Not the Thing in the movie that would take the appearance of other people, but what you would kind of assume the Thing actually looked like, left to its own devices. And see, the trailer, it unlocked this dash attack, which allowed it to break through to a new area. And that's the end of the trailer. Let's see, and how many of these impressions are mine? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of 6. I think my tags on my channel actually are pretty good, because at the very least, when I watch a video on YouTube on the desktop, it is suggesting to me my own videos, which probably also means that a lot of people are probably seeing my videos and not clicking on them, which is something I need to work on, I imagine. Let's do this and then do this. There's one listing for this game for Tarion coming out in February 2020. That's probably a placeholder. The YouTube description says it isn't out and no release date. So why even talk about a game that's in pre-alpha, may never be finished, and has no release date? Like, at a certain point, it becomes not news in my mind. It's just like you're talking about something that's kind of indeterminate, may very well change drastically, and you've got no real facts to report. It seems, and the only reason you see articles like that is because people get paid in weird ways, which is probably an understatement of the century, but if you're a video game reporter and you're paid a salary, so you're not paid by the word, by the article, you may be required to write a certain number of articles every day. So you end up writing articles that are, like I say, not news, not any pertinent information in them, like that. On the other hand, if you're a contractor or a freelance person and you're just submitting articles for pay, then you also get encouraged to write more and more articles that don't matter. And inherently, for PC Gamer and most websites like this, they need content. They desperately need content, so they'll put anything up just to get more people to look at their site, to look at the ads. And that also encourages the not news information. Sadly, I'd have to get into yet another rant about universal basic income, I think, to solve this problem. It's like, I suppose there could be viewer backlash. You could certainly see some people that just don't want to go to PC Gamer because half of their articles are repeated and not informative. But that's the only other way I see that they would keep things streamlined and slim. The internet is a medium of excess. It works only by flooding it with more and more things, which makes YouTube feel very weird when they're doing the exact opposite. From flooding it with more content, they're getting rid of content creators, and in the long run getting rid of content. And I guess maybe YouTube is right. Maybe this is the other side of the internet. Maybe this is Internet 4.0 or whatever number it is at, where people start to be critical in their content, and they don't want a bunch of fake news and clickbait and garbage, just garbage information. On that side, PewDiePie had one video where he said the internet is garbage, and then he started reacting and making fun of a YouTuber who was a child, clearly a child, putting himself on camera and complaining that people were disliking his videos. That is punching down to the most extreme as far as your comedy. Since PewDiePie is at the top, it's very hard for him not to punch down when doing comedy. The concept of punching down is that's not how you do comedy, because it doesn't feel good. It doesn't work very well. You want to always punch up. You want to make fun of people who have more power and who have who can or should be able to take it. So you make fun of people like presidents. You make fun of people who are bosses. You make fun of rich people. You make fun of actors. You don't make fun of homeless people, like poor people. You don't make fun of children. It's really hard to make fun of children in general in comedy. You have to say children in general. Like, you can make a joke and say babies suck, and that works fine, but you can't really make a joke saying your baby or this baby specifically sucks, because that's ridiculous. And it's beneath PewDiePie's position now to make fun of YouTubers who are kids. I think they're pretty much off limits. I know they're putting out a bunch of cringe. I know they're putting out a bunch of garbage, but first of all, getting your 65 million viewers to see a video that wouldn't have been seen any other way by less than 1,000 people, and ridiculing and embarrassing this person, you may have just ruined this kid's life forever. You may give him actual mental issues. Like, the person didn't seem stable whatsoever. There is a YouTube channel that I follow that makes fun of a lot of cringy and bad content, but even though this YouTube channel is run by a bunch of small people who are often crass and gross and often high on drugs, even they know that you don't make fun of kids and they don't do kid things. That they get recommended videos all the time and they go, no, if this guy's a kid, we won't do it. Because it's just not a good precedent to set. It's the same thing as Logan Paul, like messing with the fish in a lot of ways. Is like Logan Paul's a millionaire and he's suffocating a fish. It's like that's punching down really bad, really bad. I don't know about some of these big YouTubers. It seems like they might be trying to just get kicked off YouTube permanently. Or ruin YouTube permanently. I don't know why. Anyways, it's been 30 minutes. Well, no, 45 minutes. That's going to be it for this recording. Stay tuned if you're watching live. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening. Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we are back with another recording of Hearthstone. Today is Friday, March 2nd. We've got things to do, but not too bad. I just need to continue playing Paladin cards and winning Paladin victories, and since we're basically started at the beginning again on standard ranked, so now it is a little different. You may not have noticed this, but it takes 5 stars even at the lowest rank. So there actually is now a lot more ranks effectively at rank 23. A lot worse players are going to stay below rank 20, where before you could get to rank 20 and pretty easily always reach rank 20 again. The card bank and the monthly chest only require you to get 5 ranked victories, which is to say that some people, probably a decent percentage of people, will allow themselves to fall all the way back down to rank 23, rank 25. Is there a 25 or does it start at 23? I wonder. They're only gonna get 5 victories, which will only move them up 1 rank, and if they stop playing ranked play at that point, at the end of the month they'll fall right back down and never make any progress to the higher ranks, which is kind of good because it now means that if I pay attention and actually try to win and can actually win and actually do have the skill, it's possible I'll run into less random people. Players that should be at like rank 1, but they've been knocked down to rank 20 because of some random reason. Or people that should be at rank 23, but they've managed to make it up to rank 20 because of some random reason. That's my hope, at least. A better experience, an experience where I am more consistently, more than 50% of the time winning, would be nice. We've got a decent amount of news. PC Gamer has a review for the game The Station. They give it a 77, which is, I mean, what do you take from that? Like, 7 is the average score people have. So if you're average plus a small percentage of average, I guess that's all you can say. They say even stranger than its premise and scarier than it looks. The station is a short ride to a great ending. So I guess it's almost up to an 8, which is because you have 3 points of difference there. I don't know. The way they rank their own games doesn't even make sense when you try to look at the review explanation. Just zoom in on this page and move forward. I guess at best all I can say is with no other commentary they gave it a 77. Let's see, somebody recommended a game. Is this game on Steam? Let's see. Yes, it is. Somebody recommended this game, Neofeud, Neofeud, one word. Neofeud is a dystopic cyberpunk adventure game in the vein of Blade Runner, but with an overlay of the Game of Thrones like political intrigue and 1366x768 hand-painted stylized visuals. Why they give a specific resolution that is so odd? Like, why not instead change it to HD visuals? Although I don't think that actually is HD visuals. And looking at the video here, it is some rough animation, but it is mostly positive. 77% of the 18 reviewers say it's positive. So there's something about this game, even though it doesn't look amazingly great. It doesn't look awful though. I don't know. Let's look at the reviews. It's hard to pick this. 15 hours of point and click adventure game. That might be the reason. So story great, graphics sound great. There are a few small bugs, overlooks, ignored things in code. I don't like to look at positive reviews, so let's just look at the 6 negative reviews. Because that's, to me, the only ones that matter. Is what are the complaints, and because I'm a critic and I'm critical of things, I want to know what are the complaints of a game and can I overlook them and still enjoy it. On top of that, the first negative review, I desperately want to like this game because of its aesthetic and environs and genre attract me greatly, but alas, the art is too poor, the writing predictable, and the interactivity clunky. Perhaps over time this particular developer, as they gain experience, will polish this into something I enjoy. Too boring to invest too much time into. The game style and gameplay is dated. Cyberpunk story felt like segments from popular books and movies, nothing original. Most of my 9 hours was due to going out and leaving my PC on. If I ever had the urge to invest any more time into this, my views may change, but until then, I'm not recommending it. Let's see. The writing is terrible. It feels like the author had got the general direction of social commentary in the cyberpunk genre and tried to replicate it without really thinking about it, so it's all terribly heavily handed. As far as playability, it was a general lacking of show don't tell, so much poorly written expositive dialogue. The game is really bad. It's got a ham-fisted message that sounds like the creator binged on a bunch of cyberpunk trash. and threw it all in the blender. The trailer set my expectations to be really low, and I was still disappointed. Okay, I've seen enough in these negative reviews, and knowing that there are only a small number of reviews on this game, I cannot take the recommendation when there's only 18 reviews here, and what I was thinking was going to be the problem is confirmed to me as the problem. That's good enough. This is made by Silver Spoon Studios, and it's their only game on Steam. I imagine people might have been happy with it free on itch.io, but Steam has some higher requirements, and because of that, I just closed the page. Moving on. Your gamer has 4X Done Quick, Space Tyrant, and the Battle of Polytopia. I don't know what 4X means. Is 4X games like top-down simulation games where you have to speed things up? Yeah, it does seem like it's top-down real-time strategy games. I've never heard of this phrase, 4X, as a type of game. I may not win here, but I think I will have played all the cards. The 4X game is the Sunday Papers genre. You spread out, prepare yourself for a long, luxurious haul, and tackle the glorious, unwieldy thing. Thick with features wanted and unwanted, and packed with color and far-flung intrigue. Your favorite part in it will be some aspect that you were not expecting, and yet the whole thing is wonderfully awash with calming familiarity. I'm surprised the new Civ does not drop a leaflet from life insurance when you pick it up and shake it. To put it another way, the pleasure of these games is that they take time. Well, I don't think I want that. Did I play enough cards? We'll play this Paladin deck, just for fun. Well, I certainly don't have time or interest in playing games that are designed to take up even more of my time. If anything, with every day, it's getting harder and harder. I know this has been a consistent whine and complaint I've had. It's just like, I spent a good portion of a day a couple days ago just feeling tired and going back to sleep. Like, probably insomnia, big part there. Certainly just so much sleep debt, as they call it, that I just took a nap and slept a day away. But that, whatever you call it or whatever the reason, less and less content still getting made. Playing Star Wars, The Clone Wars, Republic Heroes. It's a fine game, but it's a very easy game to leave also. So I'll play it for 30 minutes and just be like, alright, well, my schedule is so out there, I'll play for 30 minutes and then go to sleep, and then I'll meander around when I wake up for several hours, and then by the time I get back to wanting to play it, I'm tired again and falling asleep. It's ridiculous. I'm honestly surprised it hasn't more affected even the live stream videos. Speaking of live stream videos, a lot of people on the stream Wednesday. I wonder how much of that had to do with the clickbait title having Trump in the name. Like, at the end. I'm wondering if it really gets down to the point where I need to have Trump in the name of in the name of every single Hearthstone video. Not only because of Donald J. Trump, the president, but also there is a famous Hearthstone player named Trump. So that double boost might be it. The point of doing the clickbait titles was to get more random people to view. I got more random people to view. I should probably stick with that. I guess I'll think about that and consider it, or consider just consider continuing the experiment. I guess I do a lot of that. I push experiments even though I've got that early answer, just to make sure. I want to be confident. Moving on, Gamatsu has an article that Doku Soshite remaster has gone gold. That's DOUKOKU space SOSHITE. I have no idea what this game is, but it's due out April 26th in Japan. Let's see. It's the remaster version of a Sega Saturn era visual novel that's gone gold. Let's look at the latest trailer and see what it is. So the animation style on the thumbnail for the cutscene immediately struck me as a older anime style. It's not the current anime style at all. I miss the older anime style, honestly. I wish it happened more 50-50 with the modern, everybody is moe, and it's not even the original generation of moe. It's kind of this moe 2.0 that they're doing now. Like, all the characters in this trailer are tall characters. They look like mostly adults or high school students. In fact, there's one character that's really old looking, which you almost never see in modern animes. And then they just showed me a picture of an anime girl in the shower, singing her behind. Yeah, I'm seeing another maid undressed on her bed, so yep, this is not YouTube advertiser friendly. It seems like what you do in the actual game is you walk around the 3D environment, find objects, use the objects to unlock keys and elements, keys, doors, and things. If I was to generally guess what the story is, there's a creepy old man who's locked a bunch of people into a building, and he's spying on them and watching them be trapped. It'll be interesting to see if this one comes out, but it's a PS4, PS Vita remaster. So unless this remaster comes out to PC, I guess I wouldn't even have any real opportunity to do anything with it. If at some point I could host my own content, like, and put certain videos in kind of a, I don't know, unpublished, won't get flagged the element on YouTube, I would be very interested in playing some game like this that is an older generation of the sex visual novel, although I wouldn't call this one really a romance visual novel. It doesn't look like you're actually doing much talking or romancing. Something that is a Sega Saturn era style of game compared to a modern style of game, and see the slight differences there. speaking of hosting my own content, I went through the effort of seeing what it would take to post my RSS feed to the podcast channels on iTunes and the Google Play App Store. And for some very stupid reason, the RSS feed that comes by default for YouTube channels that they don't promote or use at all, you have to really jump through hoops to even figure out how to get it. On mine, you can go to the About tab, or it's in the description, and you can get the RSS feed. And that works fine if you want to manually add that RSS feed to any RSS podcast app, but it doesn't. But that feed isn't getting suggested. It's not getting shown or listed on iTunes, and iTunes is half of all the places where you would get an RSS feed or find it. There's just tags and datas and thumbnails that are just not in that feed. So the only way that I can see that I would fix that is I would have to have some kind of permanent website, host it, which that's not a terrible thought. It would just be expensive to buy a year's hosting for some simplistic website that is only really there to be able to run some kind of Python script to pull my default RSS feed, add in the tags and the thumbnail, so then I can hand that RSS feed over to iTunes. And who knows how often or how hard iTunes would pull from that RSS feed, to the point where maybe that would not work with a very cheap website. The idea of having your own website and having your own content makes a lot of sense. I could do all the sex games and things that are not advertiser friendly easily, going back to the Murlocs now, on that site if I could host the videos there. However, you can't really host the videos on cheap websites. Like an unlimited amount of storage just doesn't come with websites. Most websites are incredibly limited to the point where I could embed links. I could certainly have like a WordPress plugin that took the videos from my YouTube channel and say, hey, check these out, and that might even cause my YouTube channel to get referenced a little bit more, but I can't put videos directly on it. That's the problem with a lot of the competitors that are trying to replace YouTube, and it would be very nice if one of them succeeded, but until you can find a way, particularly for me, to have 5,000 videos on your channel and not have to pay anything because I'm not making anything on those videos, I don't know how I can even have backups, let alone move away from YouTube. And with my small number of subscribers, I don't know if any people would actually actively go to a third-party website to see my content. Almost certainly not. So the best thing I could imagine to do, I contacted, sent feedback to YouTube like anybody can, and told them, why don't you fix these RSS feeds so they work with your own Google Play Store? And that might encourage some low-level content creator, not content creator, but low-level programmer in YouTube to say, hey, yeah, we could just allow you to edit this information, or we could take the information that is already there and put it in the RSS feed. It wouldn't really change too much, would it? Because it literally, with the exception of a 3000 by 3000 pixel that thumbnail that iTunes wants, everything else is just text. So it's literally I could do it probably in 5 minutes if I had access to YouTube's code. But it probably will gets into politics, and do they really want to do that or not? We shall see. And then there's also the issue with features on YouTube that I still don't have. Jim Sterling made a great one where he was talking about how the fair use protection program that he's in, he thought that was going to get rolled out to more people or all of YouTube, and it's like, no, it's just him, and that's kind of it, which is rather weird that they never expanded that. They just introduced it and then moved on. And the season 3 episode 1 feature that you can see on some channels where they make series and seasons, and it's a special indicator, so you don't so for instance, in my case, I don't have to put like a number at the end of every video, because it to make it seem like it's the same thing. That feature, which is a feature I suggested to YouTube, there's several I've suggested to YouTube that maybe 20 to 100 other people suggested to YouTube. But yeah, that feature never came to me. It seems like they do a lot of testing, and if for any reason they decide that something's not the direction they want to go, they never go. Speaking of YouTube's under more accusations of both. YouTube is in a very bad position, and I guess they've just run their company poorly. I don't know how much of this is Susan Wojcicki's fault, or if it was existing problems. I don't always want to just blame Susan, the CEO of YouTube's, directly, but it could be that there was existing issues. But YouTube and Google are being investigated for having too many white males and Asians in their company, and not hiring, not having enough other minorities in there. Why there's a specific statement here that Asians are high and that's a bad thing, I don't know. Have Asians now become the honorary majority in tech firms? Didn't make a lot of sense. And while they're saying they have too many of those, on the other hand, YouTube is also now in trouble for allegedly telling a recruiter to violate laws and specifically hire people who are less qualified just because they're minorities, in a like non-legal affirmative action attempt. And so they're getting hit both ways, and a significant portion of that is directly because somebody is always going to file a lawsuit with YouTube telling them they're not diverse enough, and someone's going to react to someone always filing that lawsuit by saying that they're discriminating against white males and Asians. And at a certain point, they just got to put their foot down and just say, like, we're going to follow the law, but as far as we're concerned, we're going to get the best people ever possible. It is also potentially arguable that maybe Google and YouTube have too many good people and need to hire some lower quality employees, because they do have a decent number of people with like PhD and master's degrees in very low level jobs, which just creates more unhappiness with your position when you're smart, you're overqualified for this job, and you're doing tech support. Generally, this is solved by companies outsourcing their tech support to India or some other country, but it wouldn't be terrible if some of those underqualified, underskilled people who went to California to be actors got low-level jobs. I mean, YouTube in particular has got perfect jobs for them. Look at these videos. Tell us if they're inappropriate. Like, tell us if these things should be monetized. They've got work they could give people, certainly. Activision Blizzard has a article called Inside Activision Interview with Beenox, Beenox, lead designer Francis Tadai, Francois, space Taddei. It's an interesting thing for Activision Blizzard to put out an article interview of its own employee. Like, seems kind of silly. I really don't even know what else to say about this. I mean, this is really just going to be propaganda at its best. Nobody's going to put out a hard-hitting interview in their own website. That is what the video game creators would love to do, though, is they would absolutely love to take the last bit of journalistic integrity out of the video game reporting world and just have complete and direct control of all games, game reporting. Of course, they're not going to get it as long as there's independent reporters out there like me, but they certainly can control a lot. In kind of surprise announcement, this is on road2vr.com. It looks like that's what the website is. Never heard of it. The creators of Myst and Abduction. I recently played Abduction. I felt Abduction Myst, no pun intended. It just didn't have some of the elements and nowhere near the variety that Myst or the Myst series had. Nowhere near as many puzzles. But I thought it was kind of their first attempt and like a Kickstarter effort to try and see what they could do with what is effectively a second generation of programmers in their company. Honestly, I think they're the Millers that are the brothers that run Cyan are a little old, and they just don't have the level of skill for modern programming, in my opinion. They've got the story and the ideas, but even some of those might be old-fashioned and need some polish. So they're trying to run their company and make it continue without them doing everything. So I'm watching a trailer for this new game they just announced called Firmament, which firmament means soil, the ground beneath you. I believe it's an old biblical term. Very, very old term. And it looks like it's showing several environments and a few kind of rusty metallic devices. One of the devices seems to fly away from one place to another place, and it seems like it might be something that can like compress a human being in a capsule and then move them to another area. Abduction was 100% that. There was this magical devices that would swap you from one area to another, one dimension to another. This seems like they're doing a similar idea, but this time not swapping between dimensions, just having a device that actually moves you left and right, up and down. The studio is keeping specifics under wrap, including target, headset, launch date, and what Cyan calls a resplendent magical journey among a monumental voyage through 4 diverse, curious realms, working in concert with an ever-present clockwork companion and instruction of a long-dead ethereal mentor. Yeah, there is this alien-like creature too, like ghost-like creature. Now, my fear here with Firmament is it may prove to be too much just like Abduction, and it may be that every couple of years they just come out with a very specific simplistic concept of a game that's going to have 4 environments that aren't, if they're like Abduction, those environments weren't sprawlingly large except for the main environment. There was one very relatively large environment and then 3 that were much more linear. One assumes that it will eventually run without VR like Abduction, although the comment down on this says exclusive VR. So if this is an exclusive VR game, I'm out clearly at that point. There's also, I guess, a level to what was I gonna say? Well, I'm surprised they announced the game this quickly. They very possibly might win the race to be the best creators of all games in VR, but that doesn't really, I think, save Cyan. It just kind of makes them the big fish in a small pond. I would much prefer that they attempted to be a AA content creator still. Like, I don't think they'll probably ever make it to AAA. At one point, Myst was a very AAA product, but I think they've let too much ground slip from underneath them to ever be that again. They are definitely going to run out of ideas if every couple of years they try to have 4 environments, because whatever number of environments you create, it's all just going to be compared to Myst. It's all going to feel extremely like Myst. Like, Myst has done probably all the environments you could ever think of. Abduction was lucky enough to do a desert environment that kind of was unique, that we hadn't seen too much of in the Myst series, but all the other environments are certainly something very familiar. I do like the Myst series. I do want to get back and play the Riven Masterpiece Remaster at some point, whenever I can find time. Riven, for me, in the Myst series is kind of the hardest game to play because it's a complicated final puzzle. So I probably will cheat to get to the end of that. Myst 3 Exiles is not owned by Cyan, so it's not available on PC, which that's problematic. So then after Riven, you have to kind of jump to some variation or form of Uru, whichever form or variation of Uru is the right one to play is kind of confusing too. Let's see. Just take eye for an eye and see if maybe we can get him down to 5. PC Gamer says how the community helped Underdog Series Fire Pro Wrestling get a second wind. I'm not going to read this whole article or meant to talk too much about it, but Fire Pro Wrestling got a second wind, and when you compare it to a consistent release of bad WWE games recently, and that's holding it to the already extremely low bar of WWE games and wrestling games, which you've never really had to make very good wrestling games in the first place. Fire Pro Wrestling certainly needed to come out there. I'm still firmly, in my experience of playing only a handful of wrestling games, I'm still firmly in the market that Rumble Roses XX is the best wrestling game, and it's only the best wrestling game because it was just a bunch of anime characters in out costumes. So that really didn't even have anything too much to do with wrestling. I'm not exactly certain how you make a good wrestling game. I don't know what you do or how you do it. But Fire Pro Wrestling probably is the closest that we've gotten so far. I don't know how you make wrestling enjoyable at all, come to think of it. Like, even the TV wrestling seems, WWE, like SmackDown and such, all of it seems to be slightly random, slightly inconsistent. It seems like things just don't ever pull up enough steam. Let's play this, and this, and then the turn. I'm not getting any victories, so I should I should shift over to casual gaming. Maybe I've found the new rank level I can only reach. It may very well be sad but true that I can only make it to rank 23 with 5 stars, and I can't get any higher on my Asian account just because I don't have any decks that are good. This might be the new normal for people right here, because I'm not getting those victories. I just am not. And you've got to get pretty high too, because you're still, I think, dropped down 2 points at the end of the month. So if I even want to start at rank 23, I've got to get to rank 21. I don't know. Guess casual though. Let's not just stick with the ranked elements, ranked gameplay for no reason. Right now, the deck I'm playing has 4 wins to 9 losses. It's 31% win ratio. That's incredibly low. Moving on, PC Gamer has an article. Funcom's Mutant Year Zero: Road to Eden is a blend of XCOM, Fallout, and Daffy Duck. There was a countdown that started last week and it hit 0. And this game, Mutant Year Zero: Road to Eden, trailer released. I mean, I don't get the mutant part. Was mutant a existing license? Is this an attempt? I don't think this is Daffy Duck. I think this was Howard the Duck and the pig creature from Beyond Good and Evil. There's also a robot here with a shotgun. Like, there is a pig creature in Beyond Good and Evil. And this duck does look like Howard the Duck more. And then there's just a human behind the other two creatures. Like, this could be a Gearbox move, though. Like, here, this duck is just found ham. And then he looks over at the pig character and puts it down. And the pig just found a mirror, is looking at himself in the mirror. So, is it that these people were human once and then they mutated into creatures that are half human, half creature? The human just turned her skin into gray, so she has like some kind of snake DNA in her. And there's these floating robot drones that are flying around trying to kill these characters. That's weird. That really is weird, but people were thinking that it might be a stalker MMO, but it doesn't seem like that is the case. Like, this Funcom company is including a designer who worked on games like Ghost Recon Advanced Warfighter, Payday, and Payday 2, and I guess in some weird way getting away from the controversy they made with Payday 2 might be interesting. But honestly, this may very well just be a Borderlands move. Remember, Borderlands was just a boring looking first person shooter RPG game until right before it was released. And they decided and made the pitch to change the animation style into the now iconic cell shading cartoony comic book-esque style. And by doing that, applying those filters, changing the textures, it really made what could have easily been an average game stand out and be played enough for people to realize it was better than an average game. This top-down, looking at a few screenshots here, it doesn't seem like a top-down XCOM-esque game where you're going to get a bunch of different characters. It feels more like an XCOM-esque game. I guess I need a better title than XCOM-esque style game with these specific characters. And by default, I'm more interested in knowing the story behind 3 characters that seem like they're mutant, half animal, half human, than I am just 3 random people. Compared to like XCOM or The War of Mine or some zombie strategy game. So this one's caught my attention. I guess when a game catches my attention, interestingly enough, Steam says this is close to Costume Quest 2. I don't know what tags they put in their game to tell me that this was like Costume Quest 2, but I'm gonna add this one to my wish list. My follow list just doesn't work that way anymore, so wish listing things that catch my eye are about the right thing to do. And when this game comes out, or if more news comes out, I'll either take it on or leave it on, take it off or leave it on the wish list. Steam doesn't seem like it has any extra screenshots versus the article. Tactical combat, explore post-human Earth, control a team of mutants, master the stealthy approach, unlock mutations, dynamic environments, loot everywhere. It does seem to be slightly inspired by Gearbox. It's published by Funcom. It's developed by the Bearded Ladies, which when I click that developer, there's no other things they've made. However, the publisher Funcom made Dreamfall, The Longest Journey, Anarchy Online, Conan Exiles. I guess Conan Exiles is not doing well for him. Age of Conan Unchained, which is a free-to-play. The Park, Mutant Year Zero, and then that's kind of it. There's a couple Longest Journey bundles and such. Dreamfall, I believe, is the remake of The Longest Journey. Slightly different. Here. And anytime you see the Sorcerer's Apprentice these days, you've got to kill it immediately. It is the most devastating card a mage can play. Moving on, PC Gamer has the most controversial PC games. Let's look at this list. Leisure Suit Larry Reloaded. Review average 58.8. User average 8.3. Maybe that's why I can't find that one on sale anymore, is because it was not done very well. Because it's not on sale on Steam last time I looked. Rise and Fall Civilizations at War, Counter-Strike Condition Zero, Crater, Dreadfall Adventures, Singles Flirt Up Your Life, Tesla Effect, the Tex Murphy Adventure. I think I have that on my wish list, or I already own that game. Like, I'm not 100% certain why that one is so controversial. Let's see. Infernal, Tycoon City, New York, Auto Assault, Killing Floor. Killing Floor has a 71.8 review on it. What makes that so controversial? I think they really need to get down here and explain these controversies, because there's more that needs to be known. Bound by Flame, Mars War Logs, Scrapland, and Serious Sam HD The First Encounter. It seems like let's see. Let's read this article, skim it. I should have attacked with this one first. Let's see. Counter-Strike Zero Condition. Counter-Strike Condition Zero is largely a remake of 1.6. It was not received by critics well and was delayed multiple times, finally releasing in 2004. It was overshadowed by Counter-Strike Source not long after that. Most of the user reviews came after the release, and are likely more positive thanks to post-launch updates. The least surprising of the bunch is probably Singles Float Up Your Life, a mediocre Sims knockoff with a name that practically shouts hard pass. Metacritic user Richard W. disagreed. I think it's a good game. This thing about not blowing the bad things up is great. I hope lots of people like it too. Let's keep playing. Well, I might win here. Let's see. If there's one way I'd say the user really got it right, it's Killing Floor. On its release, Killing Floor scored decently, but its 30 critic reviews and 1,405 user reviews showed that where AAA found its strength. In years of post-release support, making Killing Floor a bigger and better game and one of the best co-op shooters on PC. It wasn't pretty, but it could run on a wide range of PC hardware, opening up to a huge audience. So Killing Floor was controversial because it wasn't good at the beginning. Okay. Like I have like guest passes to Killing Floor right now that I could give to people. And I played Killing Floor. It's too old now. Maybe Killing Floor 2 would make sense, but I couldn't see many people wanting to play it. Also, you really do need co-op people to play it. Next paragraph. As for Tex Murphy fans, sorry gang, it's Richard Colbert. If Richard Colbert says your adventure game isn't up to snuff, well, we're gonna roll with him. Let's see. Weirdly enough, Leisure Sheet Larry shows up again in the most controversial PC games on Metacritic. So I guess this is more of a review of games that get reviewed more than anything else. Like, where's Hatred? Where's Grand Theft Auto San Andreas that nearly got us legal censorship? And the Hot Coffee mod. Like, those clearly would be more bigger stories than half of these games. So how they're labeling things as controversial seems a little inaccurate to me. Whereas Duke Nukem Forever, that's a hugely controversial game. Or the remaster of Bulletstorm for full price, that's slightly controversial. But I guess what they're doing is a standard deviation of games, whereas some people love the game and some people hate the game. So they're using a very different definition of the phrase controversial, which is interesting. Okay, I guess I can take that for what it means. At the very least, it allows me and PC Gamer to talk about different games instead of talking about the same ones over and over again. It would have been nice by now if I was halfway through the European account, by the way. So Metacritic says the most controversial, meaning highest standard deviation, is X3 Reunion with a review average of 73.4, standard deviation 18.9. And I guess that makes a lot of sense. Like, these games are probably going to be games that are good to some audiences and not good to others. The Beginner's Guide, Leisure Suit Larry, Magna Cum Laude. I could see particularly why people might criticize that game for being very bad as a game, but being very good in its ridiculous sex joke stuff. It actually is a pretty terrible game, but I could see a lot of people liking it even as a terrible game. Disciples 3 Renaissance, Sunset, haven't heard of those two. Virginia, very controversial. I think probably shouldn't be as controversial. It's barely a game from what I hear. I should probably play it just for that controversy. Star Wars Galaxy and Empire Divided. A goat simulator. Yes, again, I can see a lot of people really loving Goat Simulator and a lot of people not loving Goat Simulator. Now, the next one is Duke Nukem Forever. And I would argue if anybody is rating Duke Nukem Forever highly, they're probably trolling. And that is also part of the problem of doing a list like this, is that the controversial games might be just things that are trolling. If I was going to troll Metacritic, I would give Duke Nukem Forever 10 out of 10. Best game ever. Do a video game donkey type review. Or I'm kind of surprised Knack isn't here. Gothic 3, Mobius Empire Rising, SimCity. I could see a lot of people not liking SimCity just because they don't like Sims. Total War Rome 2, Singles Float Up Your Life Again, and Dear Esther. Singles Float Up Your Life snuck onto the list as a repeat customer. What was controversial 15 years ago looks pretty tame, though it's still completely stupid. Really, how can you listen to this theme song and not just laugh at this game out the door? I'm not gonna play the theme song. The utterly distasteful Leisure Suit Larry Magna Cum Laude, which was recently played by Game Grumps by comparison, I think really earned its place on this list. I didn't find anything really distasteful in Leisure Suit Larry other than the bad gameplay mechanics. Like, either you know what a Leisure Suit Larry game is or you don't. You know that it's going to be a American Pie sex Porky's style sex game, and that's what it's going to be, or you don't. And I guess if you somehow in their very blatant advertising didn't get what that game was going to be, you wouldn't enjoy it. But it's not like they were sneaking anything in. It's the exact opposite of like a hot coffee mod, where, I mean, even the hot coffee mod, you already knew you were playing an adult violent game. It's not unbelievable that it would have a sex scene too. As a PC Gamer reviewer wrote back in 2004, it's one thing to make a bad game that I can forgive. It's worse to take one of the great PC game franchise and ruin the hell out of it. This isn't Leisure Suit Larry, it's just annoying softcore porn. The score at 39. The website Game Chronicle helps explain the standard deviation with a 90, writing, "Relax, pick up that bong and enjoy the ride." The interesting games on this list aren't controversial for their sexual content, but for being the kind of games critics tend to like and some gamers tend to deride. A review of Sunset said its theme, settings, and plot are plenty interesting, but the player's interaction with them feels incongruous. Darn it. That was a mistake, clearly. But user reviews on Metacritic hated it, some dismissively calling it a walking simulator. Dear Esther actually got the same criticisms, bringing up the old "is it really a game" argument, and yes. And I say yes, and who cares, get over it. A lot of these games, too, sadly, are just made by friends of people who review them, and that's why they become critical darlings. We've been over that hundreds of times now, but like, clearly there are some critical darlings that shouldn't be critical darlings, and they only exist that way because the game creator is extremely friendly with the game critics. Like here they're saying, Virginia boldly tells a story with no dialogue, which some critics loved. RPG fan called it intensely intimate, powerful, and thought-provoking, while Killscreen gave it a 30 and spent a lot of time talking about Soviet film theory to explain why Virginia is boring. The Beginner's Guide either struck you as a brilliant commentary on the artistic process, or like a reviewer Tyler, a peculiar experience that's personal, sincere, and full of questions to unpack, though it asked him far too bluntly. Out of the bunch, I'd like to extend a wow, I forgot this exists to Mobius Empire's Rising. Let's see, Jane Jensen's come back to adventure games in 2014. It didn't look terrible, but I think I played some of the game and I can't tell you anything about it. Let's do this, and this, and this, and that, and then the turn. Most controversial in this case means games with varying reviews. Here's the problem with this article from PC Gamer, and this is an article that's really forced me to read every word of it, which is not something I enjoy. This paragraph at the bottom should have been at the top. Most controversial in this case means games with varying reviews, and thus doesn't really bring up the kind of controversies we've written in the past. In 2016, there was Ark's Scorched Earth expansion and the reaction to No Man's Sky. In 2017 was loot boxes. Back in 2012, it was Mass Effect's ending. I think we could probably think of more controversial games than that too. Slightly different article, but interesting to mention some new games, and it is a little hard to find reasons to talk about old games. And as a YouTuber who does retrospectives right now, because that's all I can really afford, covering old games and having a reason to cover old games is always something we're trying to do. Or I'm trying to do. Moving on, PC Gamer, Microsoft is distributing new microcode to fix the Spectre vulnerability. The new patch includes fixes for branch target injection vulnerabilities. This is a PC Gamer article. Surprising this is not a TechSpot thing. Is there any talk about how much it's gonna slow down your CPU? However, Speaking of slowing down my PC, to see if I could put an RSS feed on iTunes, it requires you to make a Apple ID, which I never have had because I've never done Apple products, and install iTunes on your PC. And boy, did that iTunes want to connect to a lot of different internet services. Like 5 different programs asked for internet access and network access when just installing iTunes from the beginning. And that's ridiculous. It's ridiculous I had to install iTunes whatsoever. But whatever. Wasted some time there. Not a ton of time, but definitely wasted some. Gamatsu has a article. Sony Interactive Entertainment has announced it's going to have an organizational transformation. Sony is reorganizing the structure of its regional companies. Not incredibly surprising, considering we've had major people step down. The main person in charge of the Sony Entertainment division retire and step down. So there certainly was some reasons you could certainly have guessed that this was coming. Let's see. Sony Interactive Entertainment has announced it will change its organization structure on April 1st. They always start the new quarter on April 1st, and it sounds like it's an April Fool's Day in Japan. Let's see. Effective April 1st, 2018, to further reinforce the business and operational strength to continue to spearhead and remain the leader in the consistently evolving business environment. I'm not sure. I would so easily say PlayStation is the leader in the industry. But whatever, this is their own press release. As PlayStation continues to bring together more customers around the world, meeting the needs of globally thing, blah 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 blah. Let's get to the meat and potatoes. Sales and marketing divisions that currently exist in Sony Interactive Entertainment on America, SIEA, responsible for PlayStation business sales and marketing in Americas. Sony Interactive Entertainment in Europe, SIEE, responsible for PlayStation business sales and marketing in Europe, and Sony Interactive Entertainment Japan, Asia, SIEJA, division company of Sony Interactive Entertainment Incorporated, responsible for PlayStation business sales and marketing in Japan and Asia, will report directly to Jim Ryan, Deputy President and Head of Global Sales and Marketing, SIE, Sony Interactive Incorporated. So this is a potential, I mean, it could be two things. It could be now that there's less people that you have to go through and talk to for each region to sell a game, or it could be that all of those people now have less control because they're going to be dictated to by the person above them. And there certainly are different ways, as I'm still struggling to get that last victory. Let's just double check. Yeah, one more freaking victory. Let's see if we can maybe find a priest deck we can play, since that's all I need. You know, we'll try this custom priest, whatever. We see a lot of Japanese, Asian visual novel games sold and put on the PlayStation 4. If it becomes that the Japanese head of marketing is going to say these games are going to go to all the regions, they may waste money that they shouldn't waste, because some of those games may not, they may not have any sales really to justify translating it to English, although even in that case they usually are translated to English anyways. That might be a good thing, though, if we start seeing more English and Americas and European releases of these games. However, that's not in line with what we've been seeing. More likely, we may find that even less games are sold in Europe and the Americas. It's hard to really know or decide whether this is a good thing or not. I mean, it may just be shuffling deck chairs on the Titanic, which is kind of the wrong analogy, because I don't think Sony is quite to the point where they're really ruining things. Inherently, what I would like to see happen here is less garbage and fake games and achievement hunting games that were coming onto the PlayStation Network. I'd like to see that not happen anymore, and I'd like to see them have good quality products in all instances, in all regions where it makes sense. Let's see what this article says, this statement. In order to ensure coordination between organizations and support functions, that are overseen locally. John Codera, President and CEO of Sony Interactive, and Jim Ryan will assume the role of executives in charge of regions. Cordero with responsibility for Americas and Japan, Asia, and Ryan for Europe. So that heavily implies that we are going to start seeing a more unified release dates and release amounts of products in the Americas and Europe. Well, the Americas and Japan, and Europe probably won't be too much different. Current Sony Interactive of Japan Asia president will report directly to Codera to support management of a cross-functional activities for the Japan Asian markets. Wow. So they have literally just given the power to the Americas. That they want to make money, it seems, bad enough to get away from the standard Japanese-centric release of control of companies. Let's see. Tragic Master says, one win incoming. Good luck. Yeah. I'm also 30 minutes over breaking up this episode. Increasingly, the value of interactive entertainment is differentiated by broad spectrum and depth of experiences that provides customers. Blah 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 blah. Sony Interactive Entertainment's mission is to create and develop more attractive and powerful first-party titles. Has become more important than ever. So they've put the Japanese they put the Japanese less in control, and they're focusing on first-person titles, which that implies to me that they might be suffering a little bit from the fact that more games in Japan are going towards PC, and that they don't have some of those third-party exclusives that they used to have. For instance, what was I gonna say? The Last of Us, Uncharted. They are releasing God of War, certainly, but they're kind of low on first-party titles. Effective April 1st, Sean Layden, current chairman of Worldwide Studios and Sony Interactive Entertainment Asia president, will concentrate their focus on Worldwide Studios continuing to provide platform-defining content to drive the growth of Sony Interactive Entertainment. Additionally, in global functions, Phil Rosenberg, current Senior Vice President of Business Development and Publishing and Development Relations at Sony Interactive Entertainment Asia, has been appointed the head of Global Publishing and Development Relations as of January 2018. Notice that there is a significant number of non-Japanese names being listed here. Like, that's broken here. Like, well, I could do all three of, I could do two of these, but it would just be killing my own guy. Let's just win. There we go. Hidetake Nishino, current Senior Vice President of Product and Strategy and Management and Corporation Strategy, will assume the role of Head Platform Planning and Managing. And I still need one more season victory, but whatever. This is crazy. Like, it really does feel like Sony is doing a huge shakeup here, handing a significant amount of control for the entertainment video game part of that to the Americas. Really, really crazy. We'll see what that really means. Could it be an attempt to get rid of some long-term employees in Japan, because it's hard to get people to, it's hard to fire people in Japan, particularly managers. So if you embarrass them and shame them by shifting them into lower positions, which is what they did, they may literally just be trying to get rid of employees. Or it could be that they just wanted more global sales, and they've realized that Sony can't just be the successful video game console in Japan and Asia, because there is room here where the PlayStation 4 could have easily won the day and the Xbox One could have been a complete and total failure. But even though Xbox One was saying all the wrong things out of the gate, they were able to turn that around, and Sony didn't really capitalize on it. If I was running Sony when the PlayStation 4 came out, I would have said, we're going to have way more games, we're going to have way more variety of games, we're going to be that favorite Japanese company that brings over all the visual novels that the small niche of people that like that do, but we're also going to get all those Westerners that love the first-person shooters, and we're going to have something like Halo, and we're going to have something like Gears of War, although maybe Gears of War did come to the PlayStation. Tragic Master says, good game, thank you. We're going late, so that's going to be it for this recording. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below. If you want to support me, gift me a game on Steam. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening. Now over to the European account. At some point, if I had thousands of people watching my live streams, I imagine I would see a significant number of people that would just leave as I wrap up the pre-recorded elements, and at that point I probably should just stop breaking up episodes. But not yet. Let's see. Hey everybody, this is Rydo, and we are back to Hearthstone. Today is March 2nd. We're on the European account. Had to think about that one for a second. We've got a watch and learn, which isn't too bad, and we've got 3 victories with shame. Well, two victories with a shaman. So, like, we could jump into Swanky right now and see how close he is to a victory. And it's kind of ridiculous to watch somebody, but we'll see. Like, he's right at the beginning, but I think he'll do good. So I'll cover some of the news and try and comment on his playing. Not very video game related news, but a drunk man accidentally hailed a $1,600 Uber from West Virginia to New Jersey. For some reason, he said he agreed to pay it. Like, I don't know why he would agree to pay it, honestly. Honestly, also, I don't know why Uber would not disallow that, or at the very least call the guy and go, hey, this is a trip from several states over. This is too much. I think if you're traveling more than 100 miles in any direction, they should give you some kind of person-to-person call and make sure the guy was drunk. It very possibly that is a fake news story, that it did happen, but Uber is paying the $1,600 fee so it can be advertised. I imagine similar scenarios have happened in the past, and they've ended up upsetting their customers. TechSpot has another thing. This also isn't video game related, but it is slightly interested for content creators. Google has an experiment called the Chrome Music Lab. That's a song making tool that lets you create original music right in your browser. In theory, you paint the notes on a grid. It seems. Let me just watch this trailer. In theory, you could then make your own music if you're really good and you want to spend a lot of time on that, and then put your own music up on YouTube and not get content ID'd. In theory, I assume, unless there's some really crazy license here that says you can't do that. But in realistic terms, there's still going to be people that are claiming that there are definitely people that are claiming copyright on silence and children laughing and like things that are only I think they let the content ID people choose the percentage of accuracy on some of the matches, and some of them turn the accuracy down to like, if this is 5% close to what we sound, what I'm submitting, catch it and claim it. Like, I get, at least recently, and more often than not, I get claims from illegitimate people claiming they own the rights to music and not the legitimate people. There are certainly some games that claim the rights, and some music content owners that claim the rights for their own thing, but more often than not, it's illegitimate people. People every now and then try to claim all of Hearthstone as their content, and it's ridiculous. Moving on to news that's more about video games, although barely. PC Gamer has an article that says the ESA sides with internationally renowned mental health professionals to oppose the World Health Organization's gaming disorder proposal. Quote, "We maintain the quality of the existing evidence base is low." I have to agree with the ESA on this one. I think we're having hysteria and red scares, blaming video games. Maybe we should push VR a little bit more than everybody can just blame VR for all violence. And it's because it literally is going to be the next thing. People are going to start blaming Netflix and Hulu and Amazon Prime for violence, and like it's just always going to be the ridiculousness thing. People will start blaming sugar and soy, and arguably sugar and soy might be affecting people and making them more violent than video games. There's another quote here: "The World Health Organization's process lacks transparency, is deeply flawed, and lacks objective scientific support. We urge the process to be halted." Let's see. "Much confusion remains even among authors supporting the diagnosis regarding what exactly gaming disorder is. We maintain the quality of the existence evidence base is low. Formalizing a disorder with the intention to improve research quality neglects the wider non-clinical societal context. Robust scientific standards are not yet employed. Moral panic might be influencing formalization and might increase due to it. An addiction should be clearly and unambiguously established before formalizing new disorders in disease classification systems," are all some quotes from their reference. And I agree on this one. Like, it kind of sucks you can't play sides with the ESA. I would like to always be on the ESA side, theoretically, but sometimes what they do is just not for the greater good, in my opinion. Well, we get a card pack from watching someone else play. Boring content there. Not really paying too much attention to what he did. Hey, look at that. An epic. A classic epic. Honestly, if everything... Oh, wow. Not only is it an epic, it is an epic that we already have. So let's check that out. So we already had this, and we're disenchanting dust laden golden versions still. Why I didn't label these new things as new, I don't know, but whatever. Alright, this, and classic. Missing. That's what we want. Missing. So, arguably, since I have a pile of dust here, I should get the ones that are about to be nerfed. So, mage. Where's the mage deck? The 3 cards that are about to be nerfed are this. I can't craft another one of those. And let's click this one, and I can't craft that one. And what was the 3rd card that was about to be nerfed? It was the Murloc that was 3 mana. Maybe it's not a classic card. What was that? Cold Murloc card. Not this one. I must have missed it. Must be too expensive to make. Where are you, Murloc? Like, the rumor I've heard is if you have these cards, you'll get free dust. So if I can craft the card, that would be great. Maybe I just have 2 of them already. I guess I could just type in Murloc. 2. I need to show golden cards, and 3. And I can't craft anything golden. I can barely even see these golden cards. Here we go. That would be 800 dust to craft these. don't have it. So forget that. Turn this off. Come back here to classic. What can we honestly do with our small pittance of cards? We can craft this for 100, which is good. We can craft, let's see. Let's change this to common. And just get all the common cards out of the list. So we now know we need more than 40 cards. 40 dust to make anything. And I'm still like 40 dust short. So one more 40 dust, but we've got a common collection of the classic cards, of the classic, a complete, almost complete collection of the common cards, but we're still missing a significant number of the classic cards. Compared to my main account, I only have, I think, 12 cards, and I'm pretty sure 8 of them are legendaries and 4 of them are epics left. Here there's 21 pages of just the classic things left. When the next expansion comes out, we're gonna continue to get these basic classic cards, but when you look at all cards, if just trying to get a complete collection on these new accounts, there's 139 pages of missing. But we did get a nice bump up there. Now, what do we need to win? Just Shaman victories. Interestingly enough, okay. So, find an overload deck, or this custom Shaman 2. Switch to standard, we're at rank 24, and let's just start playing. Let's see, Gamma Sutra has an article doing an HD remake the right way, Chrono Trigger edition. Clearly the Chrono Trigger remake was just a terrible port. Something came out about the Chrono Trigger on Steam version is it's actually not even being sold permanently. So there's only a couple of weeks that you can actually buy this terrible Chrono Trigger port before it's never available for purchase anyways. Just, which as a YouTube video game critic, that puts me in a weird position where I would say maybe I should get this game in case I ever want to criticize it, but maybe that kind of is the whole thing, is that they're trying to trick people into spending money on something that you shouldn't spend money. So their rules here are, their paragraphs are: number 1, thou shall not apply filters inconsistently. That's something I definitely heard about, is that the filters make the graphics look very softened, where Chrono Trigger should instead be pixely, and it should just look like the old game would look if it was scaled up. Let's see. Yeah, and there probably are some better softening filters you could have run on it to make that work, but they didn't. Let's... What did he just do? Restore 3 health. I could have healed myself, darn it. Not paying attention. Let's see. There's also problems with the resolutions only working at the screen that your monitor is set to on Chrono Trigger. Boy, they kept talking about the filters too, because I had to scroll down quite a bit to get to number 2. Thou shalt not exacerbate tile boundaries with upscaled assets. So there would have been you're seeing here an image of tiles that look like a rocky moonscape, but because they're upscaled and they're not blended well, it clearly looks like a patchwork pattern instead of being a reasonable blending of 2 tiles so that you might not notice the repetition. Yeah, and they're rotating tiles and using different tiles, I think, but there's not much variety there. Let's see. Moving on. They're still talking about it. These people really probably know how to do an HD resolution. Number 3, thou shalt not pollute the screen with mixels. Ideally pick a single pixel scale and stick to it everywhere. So is mixels a term they're making up here to imply what you get when you mix a couple of different... Let's do this. A couple different scaled things. They're showing good examples. Oh, I see. Now they're showing bad examples. So, like, one point of the picture, the pixels are barely, like, maybe 5 dots per inch or something, like maybe 100 dots per inch, whatever would be a really low scale number for that scale. And then another part, the pixels are clearly much fewer dots per inch. So the squares look smaller in one area and bigger in another. What are we gonna do? I could restore this guy and give him taunt. To let him do that and that. And then I could give this guy Wind Fury, so he can do that. And then the turn. Let's see. Number 4, they didn't talk about mixels too much. Thou shalt respect the work of thou art and improving. I don't know why they're gonna phrase all of this like the 10 Commandments. Just speak normally. Whoever's writing this article is some game designer. That is a very subjective, but also, I would argue, very big issue, that many remasters and HD remakes of games are made by somebody who just does not give a darn about what the product they're making. And when that becomes an issue, it's problematic. Definitely problematic. See, we've got the Japanese names. Asking me, do I have League of Legends? No, I don't. If you do, would you like to play sometime? No, I wouldn't. Sorry. League of Legends is too long of a game. Uh, frankly, I don't even know if League of Legends costs money. So I could probably play it, but there's just a long list of games that take too much time, and that's one of them. And I've already got Hearthstone in my life, which takes too much time. I'm not looking for things that never end, that don't have a single player story expansion, which I imagine League of Legends doesn't. On my channel, there's probably hundreds of games I have played, and very consistently you will tell that they are single player focused experiences, with the exception of Hearthstone. And while I potentially would consider replacing Hearthstone with something, it has to be something that requires less of my attention and less of my time, not something that would require more of my attention. I couldn't cover the video game news playing League of Legends, almost certainly. And I couldn't imagine playing an hour-long game. Moving back to the articles, let's see what else do they have to say. Number 5, thou shalt not poop all over the name emulation. Yeah, I don't see how you're going to sell your product. I don't see how you're going to sell your remake version of a game by mentioning the word emulation at all. Because once you get that idea in people's head, then you've got to compete with people knowing that exists as an option, whether it's legal or not. And with Chrono Trigger's release, most people are saying, yeah, you should just play the game illegally with an emulation. Because what they're offering is not better. By far. Moving on, though, that article was really long to say some pretty obvious things that we kind of already knew. Japanese game says League of Legends is purely online game which is free to play. That's what I thought. But I'm pretty sure to play a League of Legends game takes about an hour, and it's like a team thing with 3 lanes while you're feeding it. I sort of know what the game is, but it just doesn't. It's just never gonna fit into my schedule, honestly. Like, maybe one day if I had an extra hour, I'd install it and check it out, but it would never be the type of game where I'd play it more than once or twice. And that's nothing really saying anything about League of Legends. I just not play that type of game ever. Even games like Civilization, which are single player experiences but are nearly as long to play a single game, if not longer, like, those become too much of a burden in time. And they take more brain power than I would like to spend on a game too. PC Gamer has an article that says what indie developers think of Unity in 2018. There's a quote here: the Unity look many gamers lament may become a thing of the past, but who knows? Which is certainly true. You can make a good looking game in Unity. Hearthstone, I believe, is made in Unity, but the lazy people who use Unity to make bad game and asset flips are certainly hurting the name of Unity. There's room for a split off where Unity is called something different if you make a free game versus what Unity is called when you make a good game. like a seal of quality or something, maybe, that you could put on Unity games to say this is actually a AAA or AA game that's good versus this is just an asset flip. Let's see. Like, here's a trailer for a game called Blazing Legion Ignition that I'm looking at, made in Unity. It doesn't look anything like a Unity asset flip. It looks good. It's interesting. It's an interesting trailer to a game. I can't wait to see any more information. Heaven's Vault is an interesting Unity game because it's kind of just a point-and-click adventure game, but it's done in more of a 3D artistic style that makes it look different. Getting Over It with Benet Foddy is actually an asset flip game, but even with that, they created some kind of constructed chaos artistic style in it. So you see a scene from Getting Over It even without the character from Getting Over It in it, and you have a decent guess on what that game is. Here I'm seeing a screenshot for a black and white game with stickmen made in Unity that looks different than most Unity games, although there is a decent number of black and white stickmen based games or color based stickmen games. Another quote here is, despite the bugs we see, it's an excellent tool that generally democratizes game development for smaller developers, which may be a good or a bad thing. Like, I don't know how much gatekeeping I personally want in the video game creation industry, like, but I kind of want some. I want Steam to gatekeep a little bit. A little bit more than just paying $100 to put the game on Steam. But I don't want people to not develop games. I just want people to be honest with themselves. And if you've made the first game you've ever made in your life in Unity and you're proud of it and you want to show it off, put it on like itch.io or put it out for free. That's fine. But don't get greedy and come back and try and sell your game for $60 when it's full of bugs and it's just an asset flip and you've got a lot more to learn and do. Let's see. Moving on. Firmament, the new game from the creators of Myst, has a Twitter account, so I'm gonna follow that and scroll down its Twitter account to see if there's any information really to see. No, seems like March 1st was when they announced it and started the account. Still not doing a great job getting up ranked. I can't wait for the next expansion when I can spend these golds and get more cards and try and build just a cheap, free-to-play classic deck for each character, something that can get me a little bit higher. PC Gamer has an article, Trump, violence in video games is really shaping young people's thoughts, updated. Let's see. Let's see. There was talk here that the White House was going to meet with the ESA and member companies and talk with Trump about his 2 or 3 times now he said that the video games are too violent, which I don't want to say something about Barron Trump, but Barron Trump probably is the only person in Trump's life that plays video games. All his other children are pretty old adults, and So it wouldn't surprise me, since if Barron Trump, he seems like he's probably got ADD or something severely, and I'm trying to be as kind and not insult him. And so I wouldn't be surprised if he was being given mature rated games by his parents, who would be Donald Trump and Ivanka Trump. I think Ivanka is the mother and not the daughter. It's hard to keep the two straight. So it could be in his own personal household he is being a bad parent and giving his child, who is too young to have mature games, and he could be getting that message. However, that's probably not the case. The real truth here is that anytime there's any kind of gun violence anyways, the lobbyist for the NRA hands a sheet of talking points to politicians to point at and blame that gun violence on anything but gun violence. And they've been doing the exact same thing since the 90s. It's always music, comic books, movies, TV, violence in video games. It's the same thing over and over again. The only real difference this time is usually most politicians wouldn't actually bother to act or do anything or even say these things out loud. If they can get away with it, but you just never know with the current president. So he very possibly could propose censorship or legal governmental censorship of video games that would have to be challenged in court and cost a lot of money, and would ultimately fail, because it has ultimately failed many times. As soon as somebody talks to Trump about anything, not to get political, he seems to have a slightly altered, evolved idea on the subject based on who he talks, but he seems to also go backwards and forwards. So it's not like he's evolving on the subject and learning more. It's more along the lines of he just kind of agrees with whoever talked with him last. So we'll probably see this talked about more. There certainly still are people that think video games are getting more violent, which I don't really believe is true, and that video games have always been too violent. Those people are getting older and fewer as they die out with old age, and as most generations now have played video games consistently throughout their life, and not just we never really had a generation where people played with video games, then they had children, had kids themselves, and then stopped playing video games completely. They surely slowed down, but nobody's completely given it up. And that's why these arguments seem just utterly ridiculous to the vast majority of people now. If I was going to throw any shade, I would say the entertainment that old people watch, Law and Order, CSI, things like that, that are just flood the primetime airwaves. Those are the things that have consistently been violent and gotten more violent over and over again over the years. So it's the entertainment that's being consumed by elderly people that we should, if we thought for a second it was affecting people, it really isn't. Oddly, there was an article just today saying actually school shootings are down. Like, anytime it gets talked about, it seems to also coincidentally be the exact same time that school violence and school shootings and gun violence in general have just been lesser and less. Not that it doesn't need to be dealt with in some way, probably. Just that we shouldn't probably deal with things just because the news is talking about things. We should deal with things because they actually need to be dealt with. And we should deal with things, period, ever. Hmm. Let's see. Tragic Master said, Adventures of Baron Trump was written in the 1800s. The sequel, The Last President, describes global events currently happening now. A little crazy, huh? I don't know if Tragic is joking here or if there actually was a book written by that name. But as just to try and stick to the facts here, the ESA wants to talk to Trump. The White House said they were going to talk to him, but they hadn't sent out the invitations. So then the ESA said that we actually haven't gotten any official invitations, and there's now an update saying that the invitations haven't actually been sent yet, but it will go out soon. It's like just disorganization, which it seems pretty typical. Let's hit this. Detroit Become Human gets a release date. It's coming out May 25th, exclusively on the PS4. So, in the middle of Sony Entertainment, Sony Interactive Entertainment reorganizing quite a bit, we have Detroit Become Human coming out. In a weird way, this might be a disappointing seller for Sony, because there's what now is pretty obviously some slander against Quantic Dream was made, and it made some hay and then stopped being reported. But I imagine there are some people that may not want to play Detroit Become Human because of that. There's more legitimate reasons to not play Detroit Become Human. If you didn't like Heavy Rain, if you didn't feel like it was enough of a game, if you're tired of living on the nostalgia of Indigo Prophecy, if you just aren't interested in a narrative-based story about robots being obvious analogies to being slavery, it's certainly a game, because it's so narratively based, that we're gonna have to, one, wait until the reviews come out, and two, heavily be critical of the reviews to make sure it's not being panned or overly praised, just because of the content that they're talking about. Quantic Dream tries to do these deep, impactful social statement games, but in all actuality, they're not very good writing, in my opinion. Heavy Rain had some major problems. Maybe a remaster of Heavy Rain, it could come out a little quicker, and that could improve it, get more people to play it. Let's see. Ben Williams goes, "You were on my YouTube front page, my dude." Wow, that's cool. That is really cool. So that's the kind of feedback I need more than ever. It's part of, once YouTube starts talking about the number of impressions they're giving people, that is great. I have definitely seen YouTube loves to recommend people who are live. People who live stream. I get, on average, 11 to 18 views on a live stream, whereas compared to my pre-recorded footage that goes out every weekday right now, and it's going to eventually come out every day. It gets 2 views, and it doesn't get recommended to anybody at all. But it is getting recommended to people. Honestly, I'm going to have to give up this claim, and I'm going to have to just admit that the fact that I don't have an artist to make thumbnails is the reason why nobody's clicking on my videos. I don't think it's the titles being bad, although my titles aren't on my pre-recorded footage. They aren't clickbait. They aren't anything designed to specifically trick people into watching the videos. They're very simplistic, low effort titles. If I'm playing The Evil Within, it's The Evil Within number 35 if it's episode 35. And that's all that I have on them right now. I'm going to go back to an old experiment I was doing before where I was putting HD 1080p 60 frames per second at the end. That seems to get more people's attention. But that's kind of all I can and would want to do as far as titles. So it then all just falls down to whatever random thumbnail YouTube decides to do. But almost certainly the reason why Ben saw me is because I was live. Let's see. PC Gamer has an article. Ghost of a Tale, the RPG about a minstrel mouse, has a new release date. When is it coming out? The game will be out in full in 2018. That's okay. March 28th. With March 13th on the PC. All right, March 2018 launch window. March 13th on the PC. And since this is the PC game with the mouse in it compared to the PSVR game with the mouse in it called Moss, I am interested in playing it. I want to get at least one of these mouse games because there's at least 2 or 3 of them coming out this year. It's on my wish list. It's early access right now for $20. Ooh, I didn't know you could buy it right now. It's rated very positive. 100% of 13 users in the last 30 days are positive. Seriously, that is a really high positive rating, King. Like it seems too high. The game abruptly ends in early access, which I assume. Here's an early access that's not legitimate. The amazing game, no glitches or bugs to report in early access, also works perfectly for me. Really pleased. 5 people found this review helpful. Was this helpful? No. I'm gonna change that to no, that's not helpful. To just say everything works perfect in an early access game where clearly not everything is gonna work perfect. You're shilling here. You're lying. Interesting. If only I could reduce the cost of these cards. There's got to be some trickery here. There's got to be something like they've got to be deleting reviews or something. Let's look at the 22 negative reviews. Like, this was the second time I downloaded the game. It did not work the first, and it still doesn't work. Okay, that deserves a negative review if it doesn't work. Let's see. This game says it's very, very hard to judge, but it's also not difficult. It's just a straight adventure. Here's an interesting review. somebody has disclosed this game copy was bought by the reviewer. You don't actually have to disclose when you buy your own games. You only have to disclose when you don't buy your own games. That's really, really ridiculous. Yeah, what are you disclosing there? You have money? You spent money on the game like every normal person ever? Hmm. Hmm.
Put your faith in the light.
Most of these negative reviews, from what I can tell, are very long, and they're just bugs, but they're also kind of saying controller support doesn't work. I'm still hyped about that game. I'm still hyped about the game I just forgot the name of. Can't be that hyped about it, I suppose. I literally just forgot what it was called. Minstrel Show? It's not Moss. Tale of something? Let's see if I can look at my history. Ghost of a Tale. That's the name of the game. Can't be that hyped about it. It's not a good name, clearly. Let's kill that. In the turn. Let's see. Thimbleweed Park has a Ransom Unbeeped DLC. The new DLC eliminates the censorship bleeps that they Ransom the Clown, a foul-mouthed character from the game Thimbleweed Park, which is like a Ron Gilbert point-and-click adventure, I believe made by Ron Gilbert, that you could get. It seems like kind of a ridiculous DLC element to purchase, but whatever. Still not getting these victories, and that's what I need. Need one more victory with the Shaman, so let's move over to casual. We'll deal with ranked later. They're being very obvious here that the DLC only takes away the beeping, which puts it in a weird like point for a YouTuber. It's like, I probably wouldn't I'd buy the DLC and then keep it for myself, but not install it when covering Thimbleweed Park, because those censorship bleeps are there. It's also probably a terrible thought to introduce the idea of paying $2 to decensor something that should be either always censored because it's your artistic vision, or should just be a toggle in the options. To make people pay $2 is not good at all. And so, even when you buy the DLC, you have to go in the options each time you launch the game to unbeep things. This feels slimy. It's like the Galgun Double Piece DLC, which would make the girl's breasts smaller or larger. They were like $99 to have. That it seems slimy to make people pay for that. And like the main game, Thimbleweed Park, which is rated very positive, costs $20 right now. So it is a game I want to cover, but I don't see it being right to charge 10% more, which is effectively what they're doing, just to decensor something. Let's hit this here first and learn to play, and then hit play this, and maybe that would have been a snipe, but I guess not. Not video game related, but the SEC is cracking down on cryptocurrency initial coin offerings. Numerous cryptocurrency companies are being hit with subpoenas. The idea of a company doing an initial public offering of some cryptocurrency value, so you buy stock in their company. There's a lot of crazy stock manipulation and things happening clearly in the world of cryptocurrency, and the SEC is getting their lawyers involved because some of it is straight up pyramid schemes by a different name. So it was Snake Trap. The game Darwin Project debuts on Steam Early Access next week. Darwin Project is a Hunger Games styled battle royale survival game through the Canadian North. It's coming out March 9th. Developer Scavenger Studios. So the thing here I want to know is, what has Scavenger Studios made? Kinda nothing. Like, I don't know. I mean, I don't think you can trust any company like this. Like, you very possibly are going to see a lot of people on Twitch playing Darwin Project when it comes out. But for me, who wants some more confidence and wants to not play half-finished games, and for my own recommendations where people shouldn't play half-finished games, it's not something people should get into until they know other people are into it. Too often we've seen things like Rust or Fortnite, the non-battle royale part of Fortnite, or just a community tries a game, they get into it for a short time, and then they leave. Conan Exiles is a great example of a game that should have been very successful, but because it was released in early access and then really never came out of early access, I don't think it is out still of early access. It lost all of its appeal. Let's see. A mining horde shooter called Deep Rock Galactic is coming to Steam. It's kind of like Left 4 Dead, but with bugs instead of zombies, and you're short and bearded. So you're playing as like a dwarf. This is a PC Gamer article. Ghost Ship Games, however, at the bottom of this article says they expect Deep Rock Galactic to remain in early access for 1 to 2 years. Why is PC Gamer even talking about a game if it's coming to early access but not really coming out for 1 to 2 years? That's ridiculously too long. Early access should be like 6 months. And YouTube should, well, not YouTube this time, Steam, Valve, should put some limits there. Like, if your game is not in a final product in 6 months, it needs to be delisted or in some way punished. They need to open up the potential for refunds for people. It needs to not be available for sale anymore until you finish your product. There needs to be something, whatever it is, something that says, look, you can't just drag these people around by the nose for years and years. And PC gamers shouldn't just be advertising this game because it's made by Ghost Ship Games, who I'm pretty sure is their friend. Maybe not. like, I thought Ghost Ship Games had some other games they developed, but apparently not. Like, I'm not even seeing any other games that they've even made. Let's see. Ghost Ship Games, Black Sails, The Ghost Ship, Deep Rock Galactic. Yeah. Man, they just needed an article, I guess, because like an unknown company that's never made anything else apparently, talking about a game they want in early access for 2 to 3 years. Not news. Not news in my book at all. Should have attacked. This is just going to be explosive trap or something.
Watch, they fell off a truck.
And I still have news to talk about. Yeah, this doesn't matter, but GitHub falls victim to the largest DDoS attack ever recorded. Skip that. Gamer Sutra has an article. Facebook launches woman in gaming site to share stories, research, and tools. With the hashtag #SheTalksGames. Let's open up their site. I don't get it. Like, facebook.com/business/m/women-in-gaming is the website. I really don't get what half the people are trying to accomplish when they do things like this. Like, is the idea that you have to be in your own separate segregated group? Like, why can't I just hand the controller to a woman in the same way I would hand it to a man and say, let's just play a game? Why can't I just be playing with other gamers online? Because that's, maybe I'm too idealistic, but that's what I always felt like. Like, I don't chat too much, but I've as much assumed that if I was playing online with somebody that they were as easily likely to be male or female. I don't know what stories you're going to share in your video gaming experience that's much different, if different at all, to the stories that people would share from if they were male and playing video games. The only thing I could see is that this is going to be experiences of harassment on video games that everybody gets. Here at the bottom of the screen it says industry stories, so it's women who program games talking. I wonder, and then you have to wonder how many of these are biological women and how many of these are transitioned women. Which there's a heavy amount of transition women in the video game industry. For whatever that's worth, if it's may very well not be worth anything. But I suppose it might lead to different experiences. Still trying to get to one victory. Do I have another shaman deck? No. Still playing casual. There's industry stories. Women from across the industry share their experience. Watch videos. Industry partnerships. Find out who we're partnering with. All the industry incentives and events. So they want to have women-only events. More segregation. Let's see. Industry research. Like, nothing here seems like it's guided to inform, educate, or in any way bring the sexes together. I mean, maybe I'm just too biased, honestly, but this really just seems like a website designed to get people to watch videos on Facebook, and that's probably it. But it also seems like somebody wasted their time at Facebook when Facebook could certainly be improving other things, doing something better with their time, which we see that all the time on YouTube too. There's bugs and content ID and just demonetizing people all over the place, but they sure do have time to make sure Logan Paul gets some more views. I saw a YouTube video of a person talking about how the last trending topic on YouTube now is people complaining about YouTube because there's just nothing else to even talk about or get on. No other way to even get on trending now. It's just to complain about YouTube. PC Gamer has an article. NVIDIA probably won't announce new graphics card at GDC or GTC. So the Game Developers Conference or the Graphics Technology Conference, which I'd never heard of the GTC until now. That's believable. Unless they're going to do something crazy that allows you to block cryptocurrency mining in the next generation of video cards. That way they can sell them cheaper. I don't think they're ready to do anything else in the video cards. They want to get the quality and the specs up so you're not just buying a incremental improvement over what already exists. Ever since I installed Steam Enhanced, they moved the tags. Let's see. They came out with Beyond the Invisible. Darkness Came as a new game on Steam that was released. It's a hidden object game. And how much are they asking for it? $6, 25% off. Mixed animation styles. Your standard hidden object garbage game that I will pay 99 cents for. And that is generous. It has no reviews. There's really nothing to it. It's the same sort of sci-fi, vampires, monsters, hidden object game thing where it's just mixing. It's probably the same few companies out there making the same games under different shell names. Let's see. Let's do this and this, and then hit this. Gearbox has a behind-the-scenes tour and dinner at Gearbox headquarters with Randy Pitchford in Frisco, Texas. There are 18 hours, 12 minutes, and 54 seconds left on this. The current bid with... let me see if I can zoom in here, get this information right. Did that zoom in too much? Can I not scroll to the side? Apparently not. With 4 bids, the current bid is $2,750. The estimated value is $10,000. I think that is ridiculous to just make a $10,000 bet claim. It's not worth $10,000 to get a Gearbox headquarters thing. It'd be funny, but also possibly illegal because of pending litigation or future litigation. If Jim Sterling paid for this and went from, he's in Louisiana, so he'd have to drive a decent number of hours, 6 to maybe 8 hours at most, to get to Frisco. Probably less than that. To be next to Randy Pitchford. So if you want to bid on that, that bid goes to One Night One Drop charity. Let's see, which is a Cirque du Soleil. It was created by the Cirque du Soleil founder. Is celebrating 10 years of providing access to safe water, sanitation, and hygiene to some of the world's most vulnerable communities. So it's one of those Bill Gates giving water to poor people charities that's probably good. Although I would recommend anybody check Charity Navigator and see how effective that particular charity actually is. But I can't really complain too much about Randy Pitchford trying to make money for a charity he believes in, particularly when it's a charity that's not pushing some major agenda that is controversial. It's water for people. The more controversial opinion would be that some people don't deserve water or shouldn't get water. Let's see. Moving on, PC Gamer, the Hearthstone creators' next project, War Games, is launching this month. It starts March 14th as kind of this full motion video series that I'm not sure how much interactivity it really is, and it's on this site called Echo, EKO, that I've never heard of. So it's gonna be probably a major flop. It's just on the wrong site. It's not really a game. It seems like there's just a lot of things, a lot of things that aren't gonna work well. Let's see. There's this phone called Light Phone, and Light Phone 2 has come out, and it adds a few more features. Apparently it's an anti-smartphone, so it's just like an EE screen, and it just has the ability to make phone calls and text message, and that's it. It's not like an Android phone or anything. It's really slim looking, and it probably has a decent battery life for what it does, but it really does feel like more of a device that you would either hand to a kid or you would have in developing nations where it's extremely expensive to have any kind of cell phone plan at all. It was an Indiegogo campaign that asked backers to pay $225 for the early bird price, while the retail costs $400, which $400 for that phone is a little expensive, but not for a regular phone. Equifax, this is oddly a PC Gamer article for no reason. Equifax audit uncovers more victims of the 2017 security breach. I imagine they're going to continuously just find more and more people that are affected by that. And I'm still not winning. After this game, I think I may close. I may be close enough to finishing all the news, so I'm suspecting we may just show off what we have to do in the Americas account, and then we're going into Silent Post Show. There's this game called Yoku's Island Express, which is a Sonic Spinball meets Studio Ghibli, according to PC Gamer. Well, this shaman needs to get destroyed as a deck. That's not a good deck. Let's watch the trailer for this game, Yoko, Y-O-K-U Island Express. It seems like it's a bird rolling an egg, and there's a lot of different ways to interact with it, including swimming underwater. The funny thing is, I have nostalgia and love for Sonic Spinball, but I honestly know that as a pinball game, it's not actually good. Uh, the first level is pretty good, and that may be it. Seems like this egg also gets painted. This is an interesting looking game. A little bit different. I don't know how long it is, because that's what's gonna really kill it. And only one scene so far has shown anything that actually has any pinball flippers in it. The rest of it is more just directly guiding the ball. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. And now I just need one more victory of any kind, so we can try to play a Murloc deck, which I keep going back to the Murloc decks for no reason. Apparently this game is made by Team 17, which that's something interesting. Yoko's Island Express is due out at some stage in Q2 2018. So that's an interesting one to look at. Sadly, PC Gamer has announced it early again, so there's no like Steam page. And if I can't get a game into a Steam wish list, it might as well not exist, because if I may just forget it. Almost certainly I'll forget it. TechSpot has an article, "This app rewards students with discounts for not looking at their phones," which is kind of an interesting idea of rewarding students for not looking at their phones, in the idea that it's just, it looks like it's running a app that pauses or messes up every time you try to change it, and kind of it seems like the app wastes your battery by doing that. Wouldn't it be better for it to be able to sense when your screen is off, and then run the counter whenever the screen's off, and then stop the counter when the screen comes on? I'm pretty sure you can do that on Android phones. The problem here is earning discounts on goods for students is not a great idea, because this is just trying to sell to kids, and kids don't generally have or use their own money. So, like, if you have 150 points, according to this example, you get 20% off. Ugly drinks, which I've never heard of ugly drinks before. This is a UK app, so that might explain that. Or free popcorn. Hold is the name of the app. It's not available in the US, but initial talks are really underway. I don't like this idea. I don't like there being some excuse to try and convince people to the to convincing kids who may be vulnerable into spending money. Like, you kind of need to reward them some other way. It's not realistic. Like, well, arguably if you're working at a job and you need to stay off your phone so you don't get fired, and you get paid that way, it's not like a job will give you discount for staying off your phone. They'll just fire you if you are on your phone the whole time. And that is more of an issue than anything else, is that a lot of kids, when they first get their first jobs, struggle heavily with staying off their phone for their 4 to 8 hour shift. And but then again, a lot of jobs make such a big deal about it when it really isn't, and it's just an old-fashioned way of thinking and doing things. Because if you're, say, working at the back of a Walmart and nobody's around, checking your phone is just a way of keeping yourself out of bigger trouble. On the other hand, if you're supposed to actually be doing work and you're not doing it because of your phone addiction, that's also a problem. Again, I'm using the phrase addiction wrong there. Let's see, noble sacrifice. This and this. PC Gamer has an article. New Frostpunk developer updates outlines in-game and confirms price. The Society Simulator will be released in March. Frostpunk, the game about building and maintaining a society in a very undesirable, read frosty circumstances, will release in March. But in the meantime, Studio 11-bit has released details of the game's advanced in-game, which involves keeping your society on the straight and narrow, or if you want, tyrannically beating it into the shape you desire. Let's watch this trailer just to see a general idea of how this game is supposed to work. It's a very, it doesn't look like SimCity, but it feels like SimCity, if any of that makes any sense. It has kind of this makeshift but technologically advanced city. The city is built around a circle, thermal heat pipes, I'd assume, and all around it is a bunch of buildings that have snow on their roof and aren't very well differentiated. It looks kind of like a Londonish, not modern day London, but a London during the Industrial Revolution style place. The people look animated as small characters, so they're not going to play a big role. And every scene they're showing is just the camera spinning around in circles, trying to show different parts of the city. The city seems to have some flying robots, like one or two. I don't know. Like, Frostpunk, I guess maybe it's supposed to have some cyberpunk elements in it. It seems more kind of like a steampunk, but with ice instead. So you're combining, it's more frosty steampunk than cyberpunk and frost, because there really is no cyberpunk I see in this. This could be a good game. It's one of those ones that we're just gonna have to wait for reviews. There's a job listing. We'll wait till Monday to talk about that, because we've already gone long. I'm on the Humble Bundle. There is 3 days left on the Classics Return Humble Bundle. Still some decent games on there. Nothing's really changed other than, I guess, the average now is $6.69. The Brawler Bundle has 10 days left and quite a few games in here that look like a pretty good, decent deal. Let's just play this and this. Let's see. And is there any new bundles from the Humble Bundle store? No, just a comic book bundle, which I'm not interested in. Which that puts me in a good position. So let's go back to Twitter and see if there's been any news in the few hours that we've been streaming that absolutely needs to be reported, and then we'll wrap up. Pit People apparently is out now with a little fanfare. Like really little fanfare. Like, I don't even have anything to really say about it at that rate. If they don't have anything to say about it, I don't have anything to say about it. this. Seems like I might be able to win here, but it's a little early to say that. Scrolling down the Twitter. Scrolling down the Twitter. Some people definitely have early access to Far Cry already. Far Cry 5. And that means we'll start to see some early access reviews, and probably slightly higher than they should be reviews in those instances. But I imagine a lot of people aren't even going to fall for that. Bethesda has had the best games in 2017 according to Metacritic. I don't know if any of that really matters. Like, is that the way to judge success? Is the number of games that have the highest scores? Or is it the... I don't know. Keep on scrolling, keep on scrolling. Fanatical has its bundle fest, but those don't go to charity, so I don't really want to cover those. Let's... Scrolling down. Let's see. Prey Twitter hints at an expansion set on the moon. Prey could do with some DLC expansion to try and get a few more sales. It's really a forgotten game for such a big game. And if it was released like right now, it would probably have done better, because there's just nothing coming out. Nothing coming out right now, so they could have enjoyed a good month of coverage and people talking about the game. PC Gamer has an article 5 great builds to help you get started in Path of Exile's new Pokemon-esque league. I don't play Path of Exile, so. Defiance 2050 reimagined sci-fi shooter coming this summer. We already talked about that, I think, last stream. 2 hours ago? Man, I've been streaming longer than 2 hours. I know I have. Finally, victory. Finally. Finally we can go to the Americas account. It's been easily 3 hours straight. Let's switch over there. Scrolling down the Twitter feed more and more. Hearthstone aired on my channel, Hearthstone number 847, 2 hours ago. I don't know how many people watching me live playing Hearthstone want to go watch a pre-recorded version of me playing Hearthstone live. But if you do, it's out there. Gearbox now has a publishing blog. Interesting. So they're doing something slightly different there. Now I need to play a bunch of paladin cards and get 2 victories with the mage. Let's take a moment, I suppose, to play a paladin deck. Why is that my paladin deck? I don't know. Play ranked. Might as well, since I'm just playing cards. Too much on my Twitter. Neo Complete Edition is 50% off of PlayStation Plus on PlayStation Store. Not PC gaming related, unfortunately. Dota PC Gamer has an article. Dota 2's new rapid update schedule is a positive step for a maturing game. Let's see. There's a game called Audio Forger that looks like a VR game that came out just 3 hours ago on Steam. Doesn't look that interesting though. Come on. I have to scroll all the way back down to when YouTube announced my videos, which by the way I worked on that again to get the double post to not happen. It's something about YouTube doing it. I don't know what. I thought I fixed it for a second and it stopped happening. AT&T is adjusting the cost of unlimited data plans for new subscribers. I don't think I'd want to work or start a contract with AT&T right now, knowing that they are going to try to destroy net neutrality and succeeding at it at that. Like, you may find yourself in an unlimited data plan that changes and slows down the speed of your YouTube browsing or Netflix browsing, so that you have to use AT&T's alternatives to YouTube and Netflix, which suck. There's a game called Award Room of Fear. And there we are. There we are. Yeah, this game, Award Room of Fear, is not good. Not anything worth talking about. Good, so we are now done. We can... Let's just play this game and then we'll wrap up. 46 minutes late. I could have done an entire 4th recording, which at some point in the future I need to start doing those. Because if I'm going to release Hearthstone every day, then the only way I'd ever be able to do that is by recording 4 recordings at least once a week, because well, no, not really. If I'm pretty consistently getting 3 recordings on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, I'm making 9 recordings, and if I'm making 9 recordings, that's more than the 7 days, and I'm already months and months ahead. So yeah, I don't know what math I was thinking about, but it clearly wasn't good math. I'm getting less notifications these days, less people randomly following and retweeting and liking my tweets, which none of that ever really did anything or helped, so didn't really matter as far as I can tell. I am not playing any paladin cards, and that was the only reason I came into this deck, was to play paladin cards. This deck doesn't have any of those. I'm gonna have to make a temporary deck, and uh, yeah, I'm gonna have to make a temporary deck, and very possibly get rid of this deck. This seems like a Divine Shield deck. It has its own name. Counts one less for every solo hand recruit. We'll do that. Next turn, play this. Well, he just well played me. What's he gonna do? 5 plus another 5 and defeat me. To be fair, I always want to be as fair as possible. At the very least, this has been a pretty great Friday stream. Like, people came on, people chatted. That's all I can really ask these days. I would like to see a more consistent growth in subscribers. I'm at 233 subscribers right about now, and I'd like to see that consistently go up. That's going to be it for this talking portion of the stream. As always, stay tuned if you want to watch the silent post show. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below in the description box. If you want to support me, gift me something on Steam. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.
Versus Anduin. The light shall bring victory.
For Lordaeron! would Uther do? Job done. Reporting for duty.
You are the Shadow's puppet!
To battle! Job's done.
I must consider.
Reporting for duty. Out of my jungle! Reporting for duty. Reporting for duty. To battle! Secret agent coming through! duty. Job's done. The battle! The battle! Job's done.
Let the pain speak to me.
The battle! The battle! Reporting for duty.
Let the pain speak to me.
The battle!
That minion already attacked.
The battle! Reporting for duty.
Special armor. Strong and shiny.
To battle! To battle! To battle! To battle! Reporting for duty. Evil will be purged! Reporting for duty. Evil will be purged! Reporting for duty. Reporting for duty. To battle! To battle! Evil will be purged!
I don't have enough mana.
Reporting for duty. Evil will be purged!
Go away!
Reporting for duty. To battle!
What would Uther do? What would Uther do? I must act now!
Reporting for duty. Evil will be purged! Reporting for duty.
Rexa versus Anduin. The light shall bring victory.
Let the hunt begin.
done.
I must consider.
Let the pain speak to me.
Well played.
Rexa versus Malfurion.
I must protect the wild. Let the hunt begin.
bring victory.
Let the hunt begin.